Second. All right, welcome back to another stream, and we have two tornado warnings ongoing in South Dakota, and we have another spirit warning that just popped up a bit ago. Golf ball size hail and 60 mile per hour winds. I am also looking at Storm Murder Media stream on the side of my web browser here, and there does look to be, there does seem to be, seems to be a tornado on this one here. Looks like a landspout too. That's another thing. I feel like I'm out of breath from just running up and down my stairs because I was trying to like sprint to my desk, get ready for the stream. We also do have a moderate outline for today, which is a wind-driven moderate, which there is a possibility of a derecho, which it would have to if we would have to start seeing a line real quick. And a lot of these storms, I mean, they're going. Some of them are going well, northeast. We got this cell here that has two tornado warnings on it. It's going southeast. I'll take a look at the outlook real quick as well. So here's that moderate I was talking about earlier. We do have a 5% tornado risk, and then there's your 45 hashed right in there. And then we do also have a hail risk out there as well, a 15% with a significant severe for large hail. Also, hello, Party Cheese, and also Twisted Professional. I've not seen a moderate in a while. Yeah, it's been a while since we've seen a moderate. Yeah, because I think the last time we had a moderate risk outline was back a month ago. Because the moderate was so the last time we had a moderate up here, at least in the Dakotas, was that North Dakota derecho. Up by gain a little bit. So it looks like this tornado warning not seems to be not really any towns in this tornado warning here. So it's kind of like out in the country. Although I do want to check on weather-wise. Because sometimes weather-wise has a bit better text to see what things are where. Actually, there are actually places in here. So we got Stefan and Max Corner and this tornado warning. And this tornado warning, which you can kind of see a hook on this right here over near Dixon. Let me kind of readjust my microphone. If it's got to sit properly, this thing is kind of flimsy. I don't know, I might need a different boom arm than this thing. Currently feels like 102 outside. That is warm right there. I wonder because with my ambient weather station, holy, my ambient weather station is getting 95 with a feels like of almost like 110. There is a little funnel that I'm looking at on this thing right here. It's like a tiny funnel. As far as this thing, oh wait, no, it is observed actually now, so it is now officially confirmed. We also have another tornado warning that just got issued. It's gonna be for all the way back in this portion of South Dakota here. It's for Sick Angu Village and Littleburg. And it's also gonna be in South Dakota as well. So if you notice areas, make sure you're getting your safe place as you're now in a tornado warning. This is also another interesting thing as well with today's outlook, because I mean the models were showing a MCS or Derecho, but the fact that it literally went from slight all the way to a moderate, like literally jumped like two categories. So I don't know how I don't know how much my mic peaked out there, because I know if I'm close to my mic, the audio will peak out. You also got more storm showers starting to pop up on this side here. Scary how Tornado Alley moves closer to my state. I was gonna say I've seen a lot of people talk about Tornado Alley shifting. Gotta check. Also, this severe thunderstorm warning just went technically PDS because now it's warned for both baseball sized hail and also 7 mile per hour winds. Might have to move. I mean, when it comes to tornadoes, like statistically, I mean, you have a low chance of your house getting hit by a tornado. So we are in a area where we don't really have good radar coverage here. The other day there was a 4 tornado in Cincinnati, Kentucky area. Let's just say I saw that the other day. I'm like, I was because I'm like, oh wow, I didn't realize that was gonna be happening all the way down there. There's also a severe dust watch all the way up here in Montana as well. Which up here we have a slight risk, and that is, I think, mainly for wind. And yeah, mainly wind and hail. Main threat being hail. Does this thing want to stay, maybe? As I say, when it comes to the summer, for sure. I mean, the Dakotas, I will say, have been pretty active so far this year. And even Minnesota, too. Also, just a quick update, a little update on the tropics over here in Central Pacific. We have Tropical Storm Khalil and also Hurricane Iona, which right now Hurricane Iona is a Cat 1 hurricane, which I would not be surprised. I mean, the water temperatures, I mean, it's warm out here, so I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if it gets to maybe a major hurricane potentially, but the good thing is that it is going to be a fish storm. So also, let me go back a little bit here, because that is a boundary right here. And if this cell right here continues to hook onto that boundary, it could produce a tornado, which it has a pretty healthy hook, I will say right now. Go look at. It's hard to say if there is a tornado still on the ground. From what I'm looking at on Storm Runner Media Stream, there might still be. It's just hidden, well, kind of hidden behind the rain. Yeah, it's literally hidden behind the rain. So we have 3 tornado warnings going on, and 2 of those are already indicated. Although I would not be surprised if this does end up producing a tornado over here. Although I will say as well, when it came to the spring season from early this year, between like March, April, and May, even, it was very active down here in the southeast. But a lot, I mean, a lot of our parents, I mean, have to do with like how the jet stream has been around and whatnot, and things like the El Nino or La Nina. And there's dust and also debris covering that tornado now. 2 tornado warnings over here this year alone for us in Nicholasville. Let's just say I don't know with the county I'm in Illinois. I don't know if we have gotten any tornado warnings this year. I think we might have. I don't remember. because this year has been so has been mainly pretty slow for severe weather up here in northern Illinois. Like I mean, we did get a couple of days of severe weather, but I don't think I can really compare to last year. Yeah. Also, I was I'm looking at the environment right now as well, and you have 500 millibar uh forcing up north, like where this storm is at up here. All these are where that 500 millibar forcing is at, and there's quite a bit of shear at the 850 millibar and 925. Bulk shear is not super high. The surface the surface to 6 is starting to get up there. Seems like there's a good amount of vorticity. Oh, look at that. There's a tornado report that has now popped up on Radar Mega. Confirmed tornado on the ground along Highway 44 near Dixon, and that was from what time was that report? So 4:35 p.m. and that's Central Time as well. We also got another update to this tornado warning as well, and even the severe thunderstorm warning. This is now warned for tennis ball size hail. Still got the 70 and baseball size hail up here. This tornado warning up here, though, is warned for ping pong. That's more than we've had in the last 15, 20 years. That is quite the time span. I would not be surprised if this thing is trying to produce a tornado. I mean, it's already tornado warned, but I wouldn't be surprised if there's a tornado on this thing here. That was a weird update on weather-wise. It's like most of the severe thunderstorm watch disappeared for a second and then came back. They also did just update this severe thunderstorm warning. It's now down to quarter and 60 instead of the baseball and 60. Well, or not baseball and 60, but baseball and 70. Has this year been more active than 2004? I'm to be honest, I'm not 100% sure. I haven't looked at the specifics when it comes to each year for that, but I mean, this year in itself, it's definitely active for sure. Either way, I know last year was like really active, and I forgot. I don't remember what years alongside it. So, oh geez. All right, so number of tornadoes. So, and this is from Wikipedia, so it's not probably, I don't know how accurate it's going to be, but what's currently on Wikipedia, number of tornadoes for 2025, 1,103, and comparing that to 2004, 2004 has currently had more tornadoes. At least that's what the, like, obviously confirmed with what could be found. And then 2024, yeah, 2024 was about as active as 2004. We'll have to wait till the season ends to calculate, yeah. Because that's usually when everything is, well, everything's in by then, usually. And there is so much contamination going on here as well, and there's also some range folding and side lobe contamination, just issues in general going on in there. I seriously would not be surprised if this thing is definitely trying to produce a significant tornado. Because how far behind is velocities is a minute behind, but you would expect your area rotation to be right in here compared to right here. Because the velocities there are in a clear air. Also got 4 minutes on this tornado warning. They'll probably end up issuing another one soon. Stream decks come in handy when people do weather live streams. Yeah, they really do. Especially when you need to do like multiple things at once. Like trying to do like like graphics, cameras, all that kind of stuff. Even switching to the like switching to different scenes and whatnot. Like, let me. Where is weather news? There we go. So here's one of them, which I have not fixed my green screen on this scene here. So there we go. That's fixed, I think. So let me back up my self real quick. My nose is tingling. All right, good to go. But yeah, as you kind of see, because from earlier, I was looking at service based instability, and there was so much instability down here in Nebraska, and there still is now. I saw 8,500 earlier. And here's what the mix layer looks like, and I mean, you still got a lot of instability in the mix layer as well. I'm kind of curious what the Cape downdraft looks like. Even those numbers are pretty high too. Apparently, there's a downdraft Cape, just explosion going on over here, over like Michigan. Sinuses are still killing me for some reason. All right, still got a minute until the story warning expires out. We got 16 minutes on that one, and about half hour on this one here. Gotta try to catch the required test this week on camera to post on the Discord. was gonna say, sounds like a plan. I was gonna say, I haven't heard with my weather radio a weekly test, but that's because the weather here has been kind of been all over the place. So National Surf Chicago just hasn't been able to do it. All right, that tornado warning there has expired out. They have not continued a tornado warning. I've always been late to a lot of stuff in my radios. I say I've missed a couple of my I missed a couple on my weather radio. I got two of them today, which I'll post on the extras channel probably tomorrow, including the vlog that I got early morning on Sunday. Because I still need to post that. Alright, so they reissued the tornado warning. They're back to have a tornado warning. It is radar indicated, meaning it's just rotation right now. That is also warned for as well. On top of that, with the tennis ball size hail. So basically, similar to this one here. There's also a special weather statement on this now for 50-mile-per-hour winds and penny-sized hail. There's also now a well, wait, no, wait, that was from earlier, but there is a severe dose warning all the way up here though, and North Dakota for quarter-sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. Did someone I said someone posted this. Oh wait, this is North Texas. North Texas Weather Center posted a screenshot, and someone on it's on Facebook, and obviously Facebook being Facebook, it posting Facebook things, and the dude posted the CFS for temperatures for May, or not May, February, which I don't know particularly why people use the CFS for something that far out. Once again, not that the CFS is a bad tool to use, but it's not really something for like slam dunk type of forecast. Also, looks like this tornado warning up here is gone now. And this one over here. So I think two tornado warnings got canceled out, I think. Let me see. Does if that's if weatherwise decides it wants to load the loop. Yeah. Also expired out on its own. It might have expired out. Yeah, expired out on its own, I think. All right, there's a new severe duster one down here over in Nebraska now, asking for core size hail, 60 mile per hour winds. Which that outflow must have outran the cell here, and this cell right here didn't really latch onto that outflow right here. Let's see here. What do you think will happen to Cedar Rapids, Iowa this evening and tomorrow with the storm stay / tomorrow? Will be approximate timing be for storms tonight and tomorrow. Let me see where Cedar Rapids is at. So Cedar Rapids is all the way over here. So let me see. I had because I haven't looked at the specifics for the timing for some things, but there's a chance that with the direction I'm looking at right now, where this is going, probably wouldn't be till if Cedar Rapids does end up getting anything, it wouldn't be till way later in the evening. I mean, I had to guess probably around like 11, 12 o'clock. Although the A18Z ARRR like has a lot of activity not reaching the Cedar Rapids area till like morning hour, like early morning hours. I am kind of curious where Cedar Rapids sits at with the severe threat. So Cedar Rapids is in that enhanced risk area. Let's see what tomorrow looks like. So the storms from tonight would probably be something Cedar Rapids would, depending on how fast these storms end up moving, we'll probably see something either later through tonight or early morning hours. Probably in a weakening state. I'm gonna be right, like real quick. I need to use the bathroom. Alright, I'm back. Alright, so we'll take a look at the which I mean with the AT&T triple R. I mean convection's already going, so it's not gonna be super 100%, but so we'll go over to the COD forecast models. So the 18Z Triple R is kind of showing storms going northeast and then going towards the Twin Cities area, and then it has almost like this like southern area here, and Cedar Rapids be around in here, which it looks like the southern line here probably could be a combination between both the wind and the hail, maybe a couple of brief tornadoes, and that's at 10Z tomorrow, which is I can't remember what that is, and I think that's like 5 in the morning. I think so. Around looks like around 5 in the morning, it could hit Cedar Rapids if the ARRR does pan out. Just glad it's finally sunny these last days because it's been raining every single day here. Yeah, can I get some of that rain up here? Anybody in chat miss me? Oh, hey, what's up, SBC Centerville? It's been a while since I've seen you in chat. Another severe got a couple of severe dark warnings, I think. Because you got this one, which is more for golf ball and 60, and then this one that's been actually going for a while, I think. I don't know, it's been, this was just issued about 4 minutes ago. To be for golf ball size hail, tornado pause tag as well on top of that, and also 60-mile-per-hour winds as well. Also, the tornado warning down here in South Dakota just went observed again. It is a weather spotter confirmed
alert.
Or actually, that was a law enforcement confirmed tornado.
To be on the ground.
Damaging tornado, baseball size hail. A tablet I was calling you on, Jimmy. Well, turns out my mom is not ready to give that back to me, and well, I can't call you anymore, but I will chat with you in chat. Alrighty. That is, what in the hell just happened to my throat there? Yeah, it sounds like a plan, I guess. I don't know what to describe that as. Jesus, this blasts my ears with Radar Omega with Stormar Media's feed there. And this is also warned for up to baseball size hail as well. So we got a tornado and also a damaging hail. Can the storms go into Illinois? I mean, if these storms do end up going into Illinois, they probably be in a weakening state, if anything. Or already weakened state. Because honestly, I'm not really expecting this thing to hold strength all the way till it gets to Illinois. We're finally becoming Ryan Hall with the voice system. Anyway, I saw your recent EAS and I did WEAS. Number one else didn't put my watch time. I said I did not know that. I was like, all right, I just gotta put that. I guess I'll. Cause that's a completely different realm than what I'm used to doing. There's also a couple hail ports out here now. Got a $half size hail port here. You got golf ball size here. And then you got a 56 mile per hour wind report here from Mesonet. Because there, in North and South Dakota, there are a lot of Mesonets. Golf ball size hair. I meant to say golf ball size hail. I said hair accidentally. I might have. I don't know. If they're golf, I was just say golf ball size hair. That'd be a. That'd be a. I don't know if that'd be big size hair or like a big strand of hair or something like that. I don't know. Bro, I'm starting school Friday again. I have a saying that me and my friend do every year since 7th grade. We're starting hell again with our first day back to hell. Get ready for the icebreakers, because everybody likes that. Totally. Can you tell the sarcasm? Also with the sound alerts, I'm like, you know what? I might as well make something. Because I'm like, I've been wanting, because I've been wanting to do like sound alerts. But I just could not figure out what to do. I heard your sarcasm in that. Also, did you hear about Ozzy Osbourne? I indeed did. I was gonna say it's I mean, because I know he had I forgot what stage Parkinson's or whatever he had, and I mean he lived a fulfilling life, that's for sure. And Hulk Hogan, oh yeah, and Hulk Hogan as well. Because Hulk Hogan, that was like I don't know if it was like a day or two after or something like that. I don't know how long ago what the time frame it was off the top of my head. But I know Hulk Hogan was uh just after Ozzy, or not just after, but a couple days or so after or something. Now let me. So basically 2 days after. Uh, not on the alert, not on Roger Alexa. Hear better. On the alert, put the SNL breaking news alert. Whatever you have a warning happen, because that's why I do whatever's breaking news. I mean, I actually have an idea for that, to be honest. Where if when I switch to the weather news scene on my OBS and then have that play, although I want to make sure it's not super loud so it doesn't blast everyone's ears. Also, we have a new tornado warning that is also observed as well. See for Bone Steel and St. Charles in South Dakota as well. So, which apparently one of the tornado warnings was issued by the Twin Cities. I think it was this one. Yeah, it's this one right here. So Twin Cities is assisting Sioux Falls right now. National Service is having some bad issues right now. National Service Sioux Falls cannot issue warnings, so they handed it off to National Service Aberdeen. National Service Aberdeen is now having issues, so National Service Twin Cities has taken over. Come on, dude. I like when alerts blast in my ears. I told them when I get hearing damage after that. Yes, tinnitus. So basically, Twin Cities has taken over issuing alerts. Sorry, that's such a weird way. I always find it kind of weird how the WFO areas work with the alerts, because this as soon as you cross the Nebraska line right here, this is North Platte right here, and then as soon as you enter across the line, boom, Rapid City. Also, another thing to note as well with the tornado warning as well. This is also they did put this down to now lion size hail instead of that baseball size hail that was at earlier. Who dares me to go to New York City for summer vacation next year? I was gonna say I can imagine it probably. I mean, you got the Statue of Liberty up there, so I mean, although I know there's certain things about New York City that people be like, yeah, no, I'm not going there and stuff like that. Also, the tornado warning that was up here initially, that is still in place technically, but but it is being allowed to be expired. So there's that to be specific. Still confirmed tornado warned storm still. Although I'm looking at Stormwater Media Stream, there doesn't seem to be anything noticeably on the ground. Although there are a boatload of hills and stuff everywhere, so there's that. Excuse me if you hear that burp. Uh, Find out what trash can is. Also, me going to New York City is totally not you going to meet your celebrity crush. You sure about that? Let me, because Connor Croft and Vince Walty are on the other side. I think Tornado Pagey as well. Let me see. Where? I swear my notifications is like a whole, like, long book of notifications. Constantly checking to see if that, constantly checking on the tornado warning itself. Where is Vince Walty in my notifications? I might have to search him up manually. I was gonna say another thing too. I haven't seen a Project Weather Eye be put down in a while. Yeah, even from Vince Walty's view, not really seeing a whole lot. Just a lot of just just a lot of storm structure, basically. Yeah, it's totally not me meeting with my celebrity crush, and I'm totally not gonna make her. Jesus Christ. But anyway, you're starting an ASMR channel because your mic. No, it's my mic's close to my mouth because that way it doesn't sound like I'm 9,000 miles away because this mic is like so it's a like a one directional microphone. Okay, dude, can I try to say some work? No, my mic's working. It's just with how this mic is, it's just because you have to have it in a certain direction. Because XLR mics are very specific. If I go out here, actually, I don't know, because if I go out here, eh. I also do wonder if my filters are not helping either. What if I turn off my compressor and expander? Probably sounds a little bit better. But no, I'm just gonna be like center like right here. Cause yeah, when I use this microphone here, which is my HyperX, my HyperX Quadcast, which is a USB mic. It is able to pick up more in all directions compared to this XLR microphone. Also, quick update on the tornado warning. Still got 14 minutes on a tornado warning and still observe tag as well. I don't know, because another thing too, I can turn up my gain. But I don't know how much that's gonna help. Jesus. About there probably will work. There's also a new mesoscale discussion, but it is for the well, it's concerning the severe dorsal watch up in Montana, which is mainly a hail threat. There is a wind threat alongside it, but mainly a wind threat. There's a couple of these that are warned for lime-sized hail, which still got damaging hail up in Montana. I have a back. I don't know what it is with my back. It's like been like the lower part of my back or something. It's been doing stuff. So I do wonder if they're gonna reissue a tornado warning here. I mean, we are kind of in a. I mean, you got one radar here, and then you got North Platte's radar here. But either way, it's still kind of an area where we have a radar hole. Hey man, can you put in chat rules so I can repeat it to anybody new in chat since I'm odd and I really don't have anything to do? That's just say I don't even think I have chat rules even set up. which I probably should actually set up chat rules. Something made a thing. That is the weirdest placement I've ever seen for a tornado warning. But that includes places such as Pukwana, Kimball, Crow Lake. So if you know those areas, make sure you get to your safe places. You now need tornado warning. Kind of a tornado warning that was kind of just issued ahead of time. God, why fingers stop hurting? Oh, so there's about in that tornado warning up here. There's about 2,000 people within it. So far, we really haven't had Lion Storm so far, but we have had discrete cells. Actually, I'm not reading over it again. I don't know. Here are 3 rules. I'm going to add, send some. These are, of course, these 3 rules. Whether we can add the rest. No criminal activity in chat. No 18 plus links in chat. No, I have no self promo. The amount of chats, and I have self promos. That's to say, self promo would probably be a good idea. Probably could add no. I probably could add like no politics on top of that because I mean, I mean it's a weather channel, not a political channel. They did end up issuing a tornado warning for over here now, which includes Crow Creek, Shelby, Lee's Corner, and Ganville. Or not Ganville, Gan Valley. How did I get Ville out of Valley? Yes, River Derecho are all the way down here in Nebraska now. This is becoming quite the line down here. Or not, well, it's not really a line, but it is a line of storms. That boundary right here is starting to initiate more of those storms, and it kind of help these storms kind of upscale down here. One of the tornado warnings has golf ball size hail. The other one has lime size. And we now have a severe thunderstorm warning on top of this tornado warning here. So it looks like they're probably gonna let that tornado warning expire out. But this is a severe thunderstorm warning, which has up to ping pong size hail and also up to 80-mile-per-hour winds. So this is the first PDS severe thunderstorm warning we have had so far. And this is outside of that 45 as well with the wind risk. It's in the 30 area. I haven't seen too much of that wind threat yet. If I would have to guess, though, if we would see anything, if these storms hold and organize a little bit more, we would probably have a bit more of a line out of these if these organize together, but seems like we have 3 areas where we have supercells that are producing wind and hail. And we have another severe dust running down here for ping pong size hail, 6-mile-per-hour winds. I would not be surprised, though. I mean, we are kind of far from radar, but I would not be surprised, though, if there is something in there that could be a significant tornado in there. Or at least strong rotation aloft, nothing at the ground. Although I'm looking at Vince Welty's stream, and this could actually be a significant tornado. But hard to say. Because with what I'm looking at, it looks like just dust and stuff. Like, exception, politics rules. We were talking about presidential address about whether a situation like trial outbreak that's the only exception, or even hurricane type situations as well. The one thing that is probably helping these storms upscale as well, at least with the storms of over in Nebraska, not that the instability is not helping over in South Dakota, but there is a ton of instability in Nebraska. There's a 62-mile-per-hour wind report over in Valentine, Nebraska. There, like trying to click on the alert and not the storm chaser feed. Definitely some side lobe contamination potentially in there as well. I almost forgot to turn off the confirmed tornado for a bit there. We do not have a confirmed tornado on the ground. We do have tornado warnings still ongoing, however. 2 of them, to be specific. Got another sphere dust running all the way back up here. Quarter size hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. All right, the tornado warning just got reissued. For down here in South Dakota. That's gonna be for Bone Steel, South
Alert.
Dakota.
A tornado
It is
has
observed
been
tornado
confirmed
tag.
to be
This
on the
was
ground.
confirmed by weather spires this time instead of law enforcement. Fairfax, I think is technically in that tornado warning as well because they're like split in half by that polygon. Please chat in English. Please no spamming for logo. You can spam the like. Thank you. Still love and support. They're not emoji symbols. That's to say, let me. I'll probably put something together when it comes to because I know I have Stream. I don't think it's Streamlabs. It's Stream Elements. I have for a bot, but Stream Elements decides it does not want to work for some reason. Like, let me actually go over to Stream Elements real quick. Also, another thing, air rotation is still be in there. Still kind of far from radar to see anything clearly, but you can tell that there's at least rotation there aloft. Potentially debris, but use Nightbot or whatever it's called. Honestly, Nightbot's probably better and actually will properly work on like Stream Elements. All right, see if that works. I set up the thing. Oh, there we go. Now he sends it. That took like 2 minutes. Maybe not. No, well, not fully 2 minutes, but that took a minute to send. This is also still warned for tennis ball size hail up here. Still got observe tag on his tornado warning. Kind of still once again still kind of out of range with this specific. And I don't know if any storm chasers have an eye on where this tornado is at. If it still is on the ground. Where is Freddie McKinney? Freddie McKinney is, I mean, he's right on this road. And there is, I mean, there's a lot of rainfall. So it could be a case where we have a rain-wrapped tornado. Also, new mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center. And let me go over to that real quick. So here's the mesoscale discussion. Severe threat will continue across much of eastern and central South Dakota this afternoon and evening. And they saw the wind probabilities from 85 to 100. And tornado probabilities 100 to 130. And hail probabilities from basically, I don't know if that's, I think that's half dollar size or not half dollar. Ping pong to tennis ball size hail. Wouldn't be surprised if we have cases where we have even larger than tennis ball size hail. Also another thing, let me go back to that mesoscale discussion. And you have these two areas here, which tornado threat likely maximized over the next couple hours. Strong tornado being possible. And here's your 500 millibar temps, which this would be your forcing from that 500 millibar level. And then here's your mid-level, which is your mixed layer instability. And then you have your 0 to 6 kilometer bulk shear, which is your deep layer shear. And then they have this area right here, which wide wind spread, damage possible in the early to mid evening wind gust. And that wind gust being above 80 mile per hour winds. So we'll be watching out for that through tonight. Yeah, looking at Fred McKinney's stream, yeah, this story would be rain wrapped. Meaning it's gonna be difficult to spot. Another street ball. I think I read that out, but of course I sail 6 mile per hour winds. Apparently, yeah, there was actually a large tornado on the ground earlier, which was over near St. Charles and also, well, near northeast of St. Charles, South Dakota. So yeah, what we're looking at back here, that was indeed a strong tornado there, strong and large tornado. They also did just condense this tornado warning. It's now warned for quarter size hail, and the tornado warning is still going on with as well, of course. They also did condense this tornado warning as well, still warned for ping pong and 80. This one is still radar. Well, these two are still radar indicated with no, actually half dodge size hail with this one here, but also that tornado warning still being continued, still observed, and is also warned for half dollar size hail. Also, I was gonna say I don't know. I said I don't know if you left and just came back, but welcome back, Party Cheese. Sorry, to get even farther out. I think from radar. I mean, we're closer. I think, well, kind of in between radars, but at the same time, not in between radars. If that makes sense. Also, we have another tornado warning somewhere. I'm sorry, tornado warning all the way out here in Ohio. All right, so we do have. All right, so we have a tornado warning now over in Ohio, which includes areas such as Sterling, Easton, Rittman, Doylestown, Hametown, Wadsworth, Norton, Barbertown, Acme. That's embedded within the rain too. This is an embedded area rotation. You can see where it's tying up right in just north of Smithville. Looks like it has broadened out a little bit. Once again, I was not expecting tornado, any type of tornado threat out here in Ohio, because most of the tornado threat was I mean, it's over in Minnesota and South Dakota. I'm kind of surprised that I mean, I don't know if I don't know if they're just gonna end up continuing the severe thunderstorm watch, but I'm kind of surprised there isn't a tornado watch. But then again, I guess I mean, wind and hail were kind of greater in some ways than the tornado threat, but we also do have a update on this severe thunderstorm here. This is now warned for baseball size hail. So we got 6 minutes on both these tornado warnings now. We just have the tornado warning out here in Ohio still. Which, once again, I was not expecting that. Also, a couple of storms out here over in Kentucky as well. Just a couple just north of Lexington. And we got, well, a couple of severe warnings over near the Louisville area. Both those are warned for mainly wind threat with up to 6 mile per hour winds. Alright, they just issued another tornado warning. They're still continuing the observed tornado tag.
Alert. A tornado has been confirmed to be on the ground.
This includes still Bone Seal, but also now includes Fort Randall, Piggstown, Lake Andes. One second. At like speed run. So this tornado warning is about to spare out within the next 3 minutes. I'm kind of curious how that lion storm is gonna come together, considering there's now a lot of convection in this area here. Also, I think they issued another tornado warning, but it hasn't popped up properly. Yep, there we go. Alright, so there's a tornado warning. It's be for White Lake in Plankinton and Crow Lake in South Dakota. Definitely. Oh, let me switch over to Aberdeen's radar, which kind of has silo contamination going on there. But if we do have rotation, it's going to be just to the southwest-ish of Crow Lake. So I don't know if anybody has a view on this. Let me go back over to Vince Walty real quick. Yeah, nobody. Everybody has their camera pointing towards the face forward towards the road. Yeah, these storms are still so spread out. So it's gotta be a kind of a wait and see when it comes to that line of storms. Because I think if I load up the mesoscale discussion on here, I don't know if the new one is up on here. But no, it is. So it'd be the area where they highlighted was right in here where they have the wind threat at. Which, if we take a look at the outlook itself, I mean, that's about where they have it lined up, but there's a chance that these areas here don't really see much. Like, anywhere along, even maybe, well, maybe Twin Cities sees something later down the road from these storms here, but voice changed since you started doing videos. Honestly, I would agree. I would agree, or I do agree. I don't know what the specific words they use there, but yeah, it's definitely changed over the past couple of years, or at least how I project my voice, at least. And we have another tornado warning, which extends towards the southeast. That's in Nebraska, which includes Anoka, Spencer, Bristow, Lynch, and Manawi in Nebraska. So both these tornado warnings have hail up to ping pong sized hail as well. This severe dust warning is still warned for 80-mile-per-hour winds. Also, another thing too. I don't think I've mentioned. I don't know if I mentioned this on any of my streams, but I did. With one of my college classes, I did have a public speaking class with the last semester. That I had, and I don't know how much of that helps with speaking, but at least helped me when it comes to being in front of an audience. Where is... Oh, there. 'Cause I'm like, where did I put ambient weather? My weather station is still getting above 90 still, and it's like almost 7 o'clock. I'm sorry, did it? It literally peaked today at 96 degrees. What's the max temperature I got today? Let's see. Or what's Balto max feel like? Feels like a 110. I had a bit of a hiccup for a second there. I didn't think it was a hiccup. It was like acid reflux. I don't know what to call it. I'll like check. All right. We don't have that tornado warning in Ohio anymore. That was still quite something from earlier. I was not expecting that. Holy alerts, Batman. All right, we got two new severe dust warnings. One is for tennis ball size hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. The other one is for lime size hail and 70-mile-per-hour winds. We are also having a bit of range folding issues, so we won't exactly be able to see the area rotation clearly. Also, this cell here looks like it's starting to lose that hook it had earlier. So you might start to be seeing a more of a linear mode down here. All right, so we're back down to having radar AK rotation again. This is also with lime-sized hail as well as of having the ping pong alongside it. So it's larger hail, but just still once again, still with range fold issues. Uh, so might have to use North Platte's radar if possible. Some side lobe contamination in there, but it would likely be somewhere over near Fort Randall with the rotation. I saw a notification from the IEM bot, but 37 minutes ago. But that notification, so I don't know why it's showing that as a new notification. Hello, welcome to the stream. Hello, let's see if we have a moderate. We do indeed, and wind-driven moderate. So far, I haven't seen too much when it comes to that wind threat with the main area where they have the moderate outlined. Yeah, Nightbot. I switched it. Well, basically switched it out with Stream Elements because Stream Elements didn't want to work properly for some is not working properly for some reason. Because I had some stuff, or maybe not a bunch, but some, maybe like one or two things set up on Stream Elements, but Stream Elements just did not want to work for some reason. Why? I don't know why, though. I just don't know. I don't know why my Twitter keeps telling me it wants a break. Because it shows like some account that I click on or some other thing that I'm not even on anymore. Instead of like the actual tab I'm on. I accidentally bumped my entire thing here. Let me fix that real quick there. Also looks like they did end up issuing a Severe Darkstorm watch over in the Twin Cities area, and which we'll see that in a second. And it's a regular Severe Darkstorm watch as well, so it looks like it's the wind probabilities have gone down by a lot compared to what that monitor was showing. Also, I just realized I did not update my title. We do not have a trail underground. I don't know how long it's been like that. Looks like about like 10 minutes straight. Oh boy. That not optimal, to be honest. Not optimal that I was sitting like that for like 10 minutes straight. Yeah, I don't know about this wind threat, man. I mean, you got convection popping up, but nothing is really intensifying to the point where it becomes a storm, and then we start seeing a wind threat out of it. So I don't know. Either way, it's still a situation we're gonna be watching and seeing. So yeah, still 320 warning still going on. Yeah, I might as well check Discord to see if things going on. I'm kind of curious what the SBC storm force looks like. Which so far there's been more hail reports than tornado reports. Which I mean, the tornado threat. I mean, not a super high tornado threat, but I think, oh no, it just got updated. Yeah. It, like, disappeared for a second, but, looks like Corey Gherkin is going to the tornado running over, all the way up here. Alright, new sphere dust running, gets speed 4 core size hail, 60 mile per hour winds. Update, her update sound on, weatherwise. I don't know if the watch got updated or what. But still, I mean, that goes over to the, Sioux Falls radar, but it does, I mean, this is, loft, so not gonna be exact, but it does, I mean, it still looks like the rotation there. I wonder if, I thought it had a window up for, the South Dakota cameras. This is down over near Fort Randall. I don't know if there's gonna be cameras down here. Takes down. Oh yeah, there is. Okay. How far back is this camera though? Like over half hour ago. So it's not gonna be very useful for looking at what's currently going on there. Once again, still got rotational left. That looks like a tight couple in there, just west of Pickstown. Although there is a chance, if there even is a tornado on the ground there, it would be rain wrapped because there's so much rainfall there. Also looks like there's something trying to form on the backside here of the cell here that's currently still tornado warned. And they have issued another tornado warning. That's going to be for Aurora Center, Stickney, and White Lake. So if you're not here, make sure you're getting to a safe place. There's now a tornado warning. So also one thing I realized as I'm looking at the area where we had that tornado warning, well, out of the area way east of the tornado warning that we had earlier in Ohio, we actually now have severe tornado warnings now for both of those for 60-mile-per-hour winds. We also have one all the way up here in Michigan as well for 6-mile-per-hour winds as well, and then we have another couple of them down here in Indiana. Still got quite the line of storms down here going towards the south. Oh. What's on my screen? Yeah. Oh, okay. Now that was a hiccup. Peeking out my audio again there. No, Spiritus running all the way back here again. We have a new tornado warning, including the Wagner area. You can see where the air rotation is right here. And you also can see the air rotation on this one now. And there's the tornado warning, which includes Pigstown, Lake Andes, Ravenna, Marty, and Wagner. These story wars are gonna be going for a while. They might end up canceling the one over here in Nebraska. Ugh. That is another severe thunderstorm warning there. See, for Gulf Coast ice hail and 7-mile-per-hour winds. We also do have a new severe thunderstorm watch that's got issued. Well, yeah, it got issued. This could be for this, all this right here. All right, maybe not actually not that far out, but generally this area here. If that size wants to load in anytime soon. And there's part of the sphere thunderstorm watch. Still waiting for the rest of it to load on in. Oh, that's why. As soon as I say something, yeah, there is. Of course, I just love opening my email to spam mail. Yes. And we are down to having 2 tornado warnings. So they did end up canceling a tornado warning. I was sitting right here, and I'm peeking out my audio again. Jesus. That's the wrong thing. I accidentally clicked on winter storm coverage. Oh, my legs killing me. That's gonna be a lot of buzzing. Oh. So how is everyone? I don't know how many people are watching, but how is everyone doing in chat? Alright, we have another Spirit Rush running. Ping pong size hail, 6 mile per hour winds. Gotta readjust my microphone there. Cause I can tell it's deciding it wants a buzz for no absolute reason. So continuing that 20 warning all up here. It's also right during K rotation and also half-dollar size hail. Another Spirit Rush running with even Toro Pow Stack as well. Is this actually more convection starting to pop up? I think it is. Yeah, it is. So all that convection I was looking at earlier is starting to organize a little bit more. Don't know if it'll have a line of storms, like a full-on line with damaging winds, but we'll have to watch and see what does end up happening. Bear back real quick, everybody. All right. So we still have two tornado warnings still going on, and well, one's going for 14 minutes, one's still going for another half hour. Try to click on the severe Derecho warning here, but it's having issues clicking on it. But because of the these things here, amazing drawing skills right there. What up, A? Not much, A. Other than we have two tornado warnings going on and a bunch of severe thunderstorm warnings, and also have a still a moderate in place, and that moderate being driven by a wind risk. But so far, we haven't seen too much of that play out with this section here when it comes to more than the wind risk that comes to severe thunderstorm warnings having between 60 or more mile per hour winds. We did have a couple down here that were warned for 67 mile per hour winds. We had a couple severe thunderstorm warnings that were issued for 80, but that's about it. Is that Iowa? Well, this right here: Nebraska, Iowa, Minnesota, South Dakota. Which South Dakota in the past couple of days has been pretty active when it comes to tornadoes and has been producing photogenic tornadoes. There's still a outflow boundary that's just sitting here in Nebraska, just passing over near the radar site over way north, well, over North Platte's radar. You have a cluster of storms here, which I wouldn't be surprised if we have a case where we have two separate MCSs compared to one big line, but that will just be depending on if we start seeing more storms here start to kind of form, but haven't really seen too much there. What's happening in Omaha? In Omaha, there's really not much going on, to be honest. I think there's a severe tornado watch that's just north of it, but and Omaha's in, I mean, this side of it's in general thunderstorm risk, but not really in a severe risk there. We also no longer have a tornado warning right here. So that means we only just have this tornado warning still going on. We'll have to see if they end up canceling that out, which they might. And then we'll be having no tornado warnings for the first time in hours. Or maybe not hours, but at the past couple hours, to be specific. How far north and west is that from Omaha? The watch itself, like this severe dorsal watch right here, it's like almost like 30 miles. At least with this county right here. The severe thumb. I wonder how far it is from the nearest warning, which would probably be this one here, about 150 miles there. Zoom in a bit for the vision up here. So I mean, I could try. I don't know if I can move around though with when trying to use the the measurement tool. Let me see. Yeah, I can't move around, and I can't move around when using the measurement tool. Either way, it's still about 150 miles. Uh, from Omaha to like the nearest severe dark warning polygon. There's a couple of cyclone ports. This is what it looks like over. This is over near Norfolk and Woodland Park right here, which is I don't know how far that is from Omaha. Yep. Another severe dust all the way up here. This is for 60-mile-per-hour winds and small hail, basically. Can you show comments on your stream? Basically, I'm guessing basically a chat box. I that's to say because I do wonder on the beer back screen if I should add the like the chat box. So like yeah, like not by my PC, the chat box be sitting right there. I don't know. Uh, but here's what it would look like if it loads properly. So it would look like this. I think there's a way I can make it transparent. I think, or if there is a way. I know there's a way to do that, but I completely forgot how to do that. We also do have a new severe dust warning that's warned for both ping pong and 7-mile-per-hour winds. No tornado pause tag on it anymore. We also no longer have a tornado warning in place. Oh wow. So this is probably pointing towards the north right there, or northwest specifically, because that would be the top of the Cirrus stack. Some of the cumulonimbus clouds out there. I'm trying to see through the loops here as well. Uh, See where we're having convection starting to go up quick. Because I mean, there's still a possibility where we have something form and have a line of storms. Although, well, the storms are still in an area where there's a lot of instability, and there's still a lot of low level wind shear as well. Although I do think the environment is a little bit more stable than what it was earlier. Let's say alarm noise. That would be radar omega. Because with the severe thunderstorm warning, I have different alert sounds. So with tornado warnings, I have hold on. Tornado warnings are this. Or actually, wait. It doesn't even give the proper sound. But yeah, that is the alert sound for the severe thunderstorm warnings. But because if it was a tornado warning, it'd be like whoop, whoop. So one thing that doesn't help a whole lot in this area is the radar hole in this area. Because you got Aberdeen's radar here, and then you got Twin Cities here. The radar for Grand Forks all the way up here. It would be nice to have a radar in somewhere in central Minnesota. There's a couple of wind reports out over here near Ortonville, Minnesota. All of them are reports for 60-mile-per-hour winds. And here's the once again, here's the Grand Forks radar, which can't see super far. Also looks like Tornado Pagey's car had a wind a a window. I get got hit by a hailstone and broke, or well, completely shattered for that for that specific portion of the car. Wait, actually, what part? Which Oh, that looks like the guessing that's a right side window. I do want. Let me take a look at meso analysis again, because I think a lot of this is gonna be struggling for a while when it comes to the wind threat. Definitely quite a bit of lightning with this little area here. Let me look at Aberdeen's radar again. If I can click on it. I mean, there's more cells that are popping up consistently back here, but they're not really catching up to over here. Going to Chicago, there's not really much going on, to be honest. I mean, I think that's a lake breeze right there that just rolling on down. But other than that, it's other than what we're looking at for severe weather here, and even in Montana, there's some severe weather going on. But other than that, everything outside of the areas where we're looking at for severe weather is pretty quiet for the most part. There are a couple areas though that I was looking at on Washuti that have wildfires going on, which I do want to take a look at Washuti because I haven't looked at it in a moment. So here's Washuti, which shows all the wildfires west of the Mississippi, or fires in general. And you got a couple fires here that are more than 3 or 4,000 acres. Some of them are way below that, of course, but quite a few of them are have had a lot of acres burnt. There's one that's ongoing right now in Arizona. Well, a couple of them are in Arizona, but this one specifically over near the Grand Canyon, which has currently 13% containment on it. There's green fire here, and that has 82% containment, so I can't imagine we're gonna see much on his camera right here. There's the Butler fire over here, almost 22,000. Mammoth fire, no cameras pointing towards that. There's a tank fire, which, oh yeah, you can see some smoke right there. Right now, it's a smaller fire right now on that one. A couple of fires over in Washington, Idaho, Montana, and there's actually a fire over here in South Dakota, War Creek fire. Is there a live view of the Grand Canyon fire or any of the fires? There's no, as far as I'm aware, there's no camera views over here in Arizona, especially specifically this one here that you mentioned, and well, I talked about a little bit here. I know there's a bunch of cameras though over in California though, where you can see if there's fires or not. This camera's offline. There are any cameras that are there's cameras that are probably online, but whether or not they're pointing at the fires themselves. What about this one? No camera pointing towards that one. There's a camera over here, but I don't think it's gonna be able to see this one here. What about this camera here? I don't know if I don't know what direction. Well, it's showing the direction, but I don't know if we're gonna see the fire from over here because sometimes some cameras are positioned in certain places where yeah, elevation and whatnot. I don't know if there's any cameras up here. I think it's mainly California that has the most of the cameras when it comes to viewing wildfires. Yeah, pretty much California that has them. Apparently, there was a fire over here over near Los Angeles, which we had a fire earlier this year between over the next section and also where is Palisades and Pasadena and some areas up here as well. What's going on with the Canada fires? I don't think this site shows any of the fires in Canada. I do wonder. Open a map viewer. We'll try to find something to see if there is anything on the fires in Canada. Oh, there's one for ArcGIS, ArcGIS map. So yeah, there's still quite a few fires here. Reds are gonna be the ones that are active. Or well, they're all active, but it's just like the level, I guess, of threat that the fire is. I guess. Let me check and see if there's anything from a storm prediction center at all. And there indeed is. Which here's what the last outlook looked like. They dropped the moderate from a good portion, well, moderate and all that from South and North Dakota, and even well, there's still this moderate portion for Iowa, but they switched the moderate to cover more of the Sioux Falls area now. You're still getting smoke. I don't specifically know if we're still getting smoke down here. I don't think we are. Yeah, let me get up the outlook real quick while I'm at it. Fully. So here is what the outlook looks like now. Which, if I get the old outlook from if I still have it stored, there we go. So here, actually, wait, this is way from this morning. Actually, like midnight almost, or well, almost 1 in the morning. And let me get the other outlook from this morning. Get that. I gotta scroll a lot. All right, here we go. Found it. So this is what the outlook looked like. Uh, at well, when it was updated again. Not the current one, but the last one, last moderate risk update. And this is what it looks like now. So definitely a big change from what it was earlier. They're still including a good portion of central and southern Minnesota in that enhanced. So a kind of interesting shift. And also that moderate would still, I mean, it still would be wind driven as well. So here's what the wind risk looks like, and then here's the tornado risk, which is little bit smaller than what it was earlier as well. So I wouldn't be surprised if we had maybe a couple more tornadoes or so. See if it's updated on here. I don't think it's updated. It's taking a minute to update. Radar Omega always takes a bit to update sometimes with the outlook. It has updated the wind though. There's a hail risk there. Uh, yeah. So Minneapolis is still in that 30%. I do want to pull up. I thought I had Sioux Fall cameras somewhere. Yeah, there we go. I don't know why cameras pull up though. That's the thing. I mean, they're all gonna be pointing at the road because they're traffic cameras, but I will see. All right. Actually, might. Let me see here. Let's see what the. I might as well go with I-90 and Cliff, I guess. New severe thunderstorm warning. 3, 4, 60 mile per hour winds. Definitely, once again, still seeing, definitely starting to see a bit more of convection starting to organize a little bit more. Which, if we go over to the uh, COD site, if I don't click on the camera, all right, where is? Okay, here we go. So, as you can kind of see, you got your clusters of storms. What you got? One here, and this is definitely starting to organize a little bit more. Don't know if we'll see a wind threat out of this, but we probably will. And you can see a lot of these. Well, once again, a lot of these. This was a little bit more organized into MCS a few moments ago, but then it kind of split. But it is starting to kind of looks like from Mosaic radar starting to merge its way up, and then that'll be something to watch for when it comes to that wind threat that we're be looking for through this evening. Even over here, starting some some convection starting to pop up as well. I-98 Cliff, that is over in Sioux City. Or not Sioux City, Sioux Falls. There's also an area near Alexandria that is starting to hook a little bit there. Surprised it doesn't have a tornado pause tag on a severe thunderstorm warning. Another shear dust running all the way down here for ping pong size hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Actually, 72-mile-per-hour wind report over here in Wagner, South Dakota. There's also a kind of an update on the tropics over in the Central Pacific with Hurricane Iona and Tropical Storm Khalil. Uh, Actually, I don't even think that's how you pronounce it. Kelly? Tropical Storm Kelly, I think is actually how you pronounce it. And which Kelly, which actually let me go over to satellite real quick and turn off all this. Actually, turn on turn on. Not that. That. Okay, there we go. So this is what Iona looks like right here, which I am actually noticing from the past satellite scans. I mean, it's kind of hard to, kind of a little bit hard to see, but you can kind of see there was an eye with Hurricane Iona, and I think Hurricane Iona might be going through a eye wall replacement cycle now. If a hurricane successfully does a eye wall replace a if a hurricane successfully does a eye wall replacement, then it has the chance to intensify. Which, looking at the LWR or long wave infrared, that would be the area to watch for right in there. There's also Tropical Storm Kelly right there, but Kelly, I don't know if Kelly's got quite survived considering Iona's right there. Because hurricanes don't like wind shear. New severe dust warning for core size hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. Is I was noticing something from Sioux Falls radar. I thought the I don't think that's rotation. That's just wind. Yeah, that's just wind. Still watching the area near Alexandria still, which I mean, it still has a bit of a hook on it. The Outlook is fully loaded up on here now. It is. Bro, what is getting issued for severe dust warnings outside of here? There's one up here in Montana for golf ball and 60 mile per hour winds. There's one down here in Kentucky for 60 mile per hour winds and around penny sized hail. Although it's warned for mainly wind. Let me actually check up here real quick. Yeah, it's pretty much just all severe dust warnings up in South Dakota. Like most of our severe dust warnings are down here. Like all this. This severe dust warning is going for an hour on that one there. Also, I do wonder what the day two is looking like. Day two has a slight risk, which is mainly wind and also hail. Mainly wind and hail back over near like Rapid City and Casper, over Rapid City, South Dakota, Casper, and Wyoming. And then wind going from like Des Moines all the way up towards the same areas, such being Casper, Wyoming, Rapid City, South Dakota, and hail. Have we looked at there? They have not outlined a tornado risk for tomorrow. There are two areas of two marginal risk areas tomorrow though. Are not tomorrow, on Wednesday. Which we got one covering Missouri, Illinois, and Des Moines in Iowa there. And then we got another one from Montana all the way down here to Cheyenne in Wyoming. We got a portion of Nebraska, and then this goes up into North and South Dakota again there. The marginal risk for tomorrow, though, does go out towards Illinois, too, which will probably be scattered storms tomorrow if we do see anything there. Which I'm kind of curious what the HRRR is kind of showing, which I think the 0-0 run is loading in right now. Which it is showing, I mean, it's not really, I would say, resolving the convection very well. But it's still showing a line of storms going into Iowa. Same with, I mean, the NAM, I mean, still has the previous, I mean, gotta be waiting a while for all miles to get the next latest run in, but Also, there is quite the MCS clause out over near Wagner, South Dakota. They ended up adding the tornado pulse tag now to the severe storm, severe thunderstorm warning here, which is currently over near Alexandria, where we have that tornado potential. Itch in my back. Also, oh, let me just zoom in. Oh, it's gonna be a really low quality, but I think you can kind of see in the back there where the clouds are. We don't really have a great. We don't have a super great view there. So far with this line of storm, so far, I mean, other than this section right here, which still has a special issue on it, it seems like it's the one area where some gusty winds. I mean, maybe we won't see like a full line unless we start seeing this organized a little bit more, but which I think we are kind of seeing that, but still got quite the outflow boundary over here in Nebraska still. I think we have a second one that shot out from the storms from earlier as well. Also, something that has happened recently. I don't know how many of you've read this, but the national service is hiring again. Looks like. I'm kind of curious, what the Echo Tops look like as well. Which this is from a little bit, like maybe 20 minutes ago or so. But yeah, I mean, you can still get kind of an idea how tall these Echo Tops are. Almost some of these getting up to like 60,000 feet. There's also not a total power stick on this one as well. Looks like it'll be interesting to see once what will happen once because these look like they're eventually gonna merge together there. Because we could have a case where we have once again, two separate MCSs, one over in Minnesota and one down over here in South Dakota going into Iowa and in portions of Minnesota as well. Refresh the storm reports page. There are now 35 wind reports, 3 of those being significant wind reports, and 1 tornado report, and 33 hail, and 5 of those being significant hail reports. Also looks like it's starting to rain over in Sioux Falls now on that camera. I think that camera is is buffering there. Yeah, it's buffering. Having a little bit of issues there. Give it a moment. No, hold on. Let me just pause. Let me get rid of that. I'll give it a moment to do what it needs to do. Take the storms near Nicholasville. There is a special weather statement now on these ones here for 40-mile-per-hour winds. So it's gonna be a little bit gusty. This line of storms is starting to fall apart as it gets towards the south. It looks like though. But also, it looks like there's still convection still popping up in front of it too at the same time. You see outflow right here. Yeah, basically nothing really threatening. Pretty much just some gusty winds. That's about it. There was, as I would say, wouldn't really expect any severe weather and a general thunderstorm risk. But then again, we did have a tornado warning in Ohio, which is in the general thunderstorm risk. So watching the cell over here near Emory, because we got a couple areas to watch for when it comes to the tornado threat, which is probably the first time in a while that we've seen a tornado threat kind of ramp up a little bit. Still haven't seen too much convection here, kind of form. Wouldn't be surprised if we see maybe something kind of form there, but I think for the most part, our severe parts are gonna be here and maybe up here. Also, another thing, they don't have that camera up in Lexington. The one that we saw the other couple weeks back in Lexington. But then again, that one camera we saw a couple weeks back in Lexington, we couldn't really see anything on it. Hello, welcome back. And also, I was gonna say as well, welcome back, Party Cheese as well. Uh, so far, I mean, we've had some areas have a wind threat, which, by the way, they did update the outlook again, which they are still keeping that moderate risk, but they changed where that moderate risk is at. The moderate risk is still wind driven, of course. There are a couple of special weather statements up here, which may be on their way to becoming severe warning for wind. And then still the areas down here where we have tornado threat. One here, got a couple of them here, which the Emory one is still kind of outflowy right now. Doesn't really have as much of a hook as I had earlier. All right, new mesoscale discussion, which they lowered the wind probabilities from 80 to 100 to 75 to 90. So here's the new not new outlook, but the new mesoscale discussion. So wind probability is 75, 90, hail an inch to golf ball size hail, and severe threat will likely continue over next few hours. Wind damage, hail, and brief trial or two will be possible. I'm still kind of surprised they even kept a moderate, which I mean, I guess if something does end up forming, when it comes to like an MCS or something like that. Yeah, definitely one of the. We've seen moderates underperform before, but this is definitely one of the more underperforming moderates I've seen in a while as well. And I also looked at the HRRR, and the HRRR is dead wrong on how it's modeling the storm. Because the HRRR thinks there's a whole like strong line of storms, and in reality, it's like you got like clusters down here, and then one big cluster up here. But that's about it. Just I'm sitting real quick. Yeah, how is everyone doing this evening? like saying it's a rotating storm. Sure, SSA. Let me see if it is. Not really seeing much, unless if there. I say if there is rotation, it's probably very subtle on velocity. Because I mean, you can have rotation and storm, and like a shower storm, and it's like not super strong. Oh, that's from way earlier, from what I just saw from Sioux Falls with the 80-mile-per-hour wind, severe thunderstorm warning from earlier, which I think is the only one. This is literally the only one that we've seen so far today. We haven't had anything higher than that this evening so far. Also, this looks like, yeah, it's definitely outflow at this point here, and it's not as much of a hook as what it was earlier. We also are kind of behind on reflectivity and velocities right now, and it just updated. Okay, trying to click on your refresh. Where is my meso analysis I had like 2 seconds ago? I think it just went away now. I say it must have been like a quick spin up type of deal. Yeah, I'm looking at the meso analysis. I mean, looking at the 850 bell bar at 925. I mean, there's you got wins there, but look at bulk shear. There's more bulk shear, which is deep layer shear with wind shear. There's more out towards the west of these storms than there is where these storms are at basically. And even the bulk like surface is 6 kilometers, not super high either. The storm relative velocity is there's like just way northwest. There's like 500 of. I'm like oh wow, that's quite the values there. Don't think we'll see any storms there take advantage of that, but because you can kind of see these cells popping up over here and then kind of dying down immediately. Let's see here. Yeah, I'm trying to find couple things here just so I can kind of maybe try and see if I can on stream. But yeah. Back, or that's just the map glitching. It might be just map glitching because honestly, I don't really. I'm looking at velocities on here, not really seeing too much of anything on here. Those just look like heavy showers and whatnot. What is going on? I keep accidentally clicking on base velocity because we got showers there. Oh, that's the MCD. Why is the IEM bot is is like posted above the notification for the storm prediction center that I just saw? What's going on there? Hearing severe tornado warnings being issued. I think that's all the way over here. So there's a couple of severe tornado warnings over here in Kentucky. Wonder what this camera's looking at. Oh wow, look at that! I think we just caught some lightning there. Yeah, so this is over in Morgantown, Kentucky. There, with the cyclone port there, and you can see your cumulonimbus cloud, and you can see all your lighting in there too. Kind of cool. I haven't seen something like this. Well, I've seen lightning recently, which you guys will see the video tomorrow, probably. But yeah, I haven't seen something like this in forever, or not forever, but at least a while. Wonder if what Bowling Green's seeing. Actually, it's about. I mean, it's about this. I mean, it's gotta be about the same ish. I think. Looks very similar to the other camera, but you can see a much wider view of those storms. Oh, what's going on down there? Holy wind! Yeah, that is a giant streak of wind right there. When did this start popping up? A few minutes ago, looks like. And that's like right over near going right towards Sioux Falls. I actually may get a couple of wind reports out of that. I swear, Nightbot has such a weird like timing for some reason. I have the notification and chat go off every 10 minutes, and it it did it properly the one time, but then it did like before it did the last one. It was like over 20 minutes ago. Yeah, this has tornado apostle tag still, and then you got the severe Russian warnings. So we probably, I mean, at this point, we might not even see the 45% fully play out, but we at least did see some type of wind threat today for the most part. We definitely saw quite the tornado threat today in South Dakota for sure. Like these past 2 days have been South Dakota days, that's for sure. Something about to happen. Something I was gonna say something that is about to happen is this kind of just chunk of wind here going right into Sioux Falls, which seems like it's one big ol' like push of wind in there. Which I would not be surprised if we had I mean it just looks like it's gusty winds because it doesn't look super organized for a QLCS tornado threat, but wouldn't be surprised if we get a 70-mile-per-hour wind severe thunderstorm warning. Also, this does look like it is going to form into an MCS or a mesoscale convective system. But I don't think that, Beaver Dam. I don't think, this looks like, did that update twice in a row? What the? I don't know, it's just the way I was looking at two different things. There is outflow starting to come out of this now as well, which I think I mentioned earlier with, I think it was that actually, that exact side, I think. Yeah, there's some straight line winds going towards Greenville and Morgantown. Trying to see if the we do one of them has high impact for tornado potential. Let me look at what the shear looks like out here as well. I mean, the shear is not super high, but I mean, we could get a brief tornado out of this. Let me go over to the if I can click on the camera. I don't know how much we're gonna be able to see in terms of anything within there because you got these bright lights, and then it's just pitch black. Back there you can see a bunch of lightning though. Definitely gonna be definitely gusty. That's for sure. Think anything bad like that happened? I don't think so because this is what radar looks like right now. It's just a bunch of like like showers and storms that are just unorganized compared to over here, which is a little bit more organize a line over here. So I wouldn't expect even from I think this is Louisville's radar. But if you're looking at Louisville's radar, you can see very unorganized. Not really expecting on this side. Over here, definitely expecting some wind, gusty winds and whatnot over there. How's your day going? It's actually going pretty decent. So velocities are behind by 4 minutes on this, so we'll have to wait till the next update. And velocities just came out, and yeah, still got strong velocities over here. So surprisingly, they haven't issued a severe dust warning for this yet, or updated it to like something stronger. This storm, probably not. More than likely not, actually, because by the time it gets to by the time it even gets to like this portion of Illinois and Iowa, it'd be pretty weekend out. So I wouldn't worry about it too much all the way down there. Kentucky one. Oh, that one. I mean, I would say the most I would make is wind. Like it does seem like it is starting to fall apart though. Although that outflow is initiating more storms, so but with that outflow being in front, also is stabilizing the air. I wonder what it looks like from all the way from Russellville, depending on where Russellville is pointing. Which Russellville's camera looks like it's pointing towards the north. I swear, one thing I will say, I don't know if it's just a cameras thing, but but specifically cameras on the cyclone port here, or just in general, it looks like because I don't know how many here what astigmatism is. Basically, where you get like makes like lights have like the like looks like this kind of in a way. I guess that's what the camera I feel like has in a way. Rally M. Hello, welcome to the stream. So the storm is going to be weakened before Illinois. Pretty much. Unless something ends up making this, I mean, strong all the way there, but it's gotta outrun its environment by the time it gets down here. Ugh. Just trying to shift over my chair. They still have not issued a severe derecho warning for this yet. Asked a question from the main theater, but oh, main thread, not theater. Okay, I was gonna say main theater. Interesting. Pembroke, Georgia. Just got also. I just almost got a special weather statement. What's going on? Let me see. Why? Okay, my caps lock is saying wants beyond. That's amazing. Well, I mean, it looks like there's looks like some showers and storms just the south. It looks like Pembroke might have gotten some rain. A lot of like outflow boundaries and stuff going on down here. Because that is one thing about summer when you have outflow boundaries. That is like one of the mechanisms that really gets storms going, or at least initiates them. My good is over. As I'm guessing for as either I'm guessing the talk about the severe threat up over in South Dakota or Pembroke. Because if you're talking about Pembroke, then yeah, pretty much good to go. I mean, I I was gonna say because it'd be 9:43 p.m. So yeah, it'd be good to go for whatever you want to do out at night. I guess. Have you heard of Lex 18 Storm Tracker? I have not heard of that. I'm guessing that is a. I'm guessing that's like a news station thing. Interesting little area over near Springfield, South Dakota. So I just looked up the Lex 18 Storm Checker. So yeah, basically, I'm guessing that's a well, it's a news station type of thing. I have not seen or heard of it, but it does look like I mean, it's weather. I mean, it's a weather app. I don't know what else to say about it. Also, they did update this severe dust warning to have 7 mile per hour winds, which is probably gonna be issued. We'll probably see another one issued soon here. All right, they did end up issuing another severe dust warning for 7 mile per hour winds, which is between 3 states with the severe dust warning. This severe dust warning still has a 12 pause tag on it as well. Looks like there's still an area near Tyndall that looks like it has a mezzo on it. There's also an area near Cosmos that I was looking at earlier that I feel like has rotation on it going on. We'll see what the next scan or so. See what this is going on there. All right, radar, both reflectivity updated, but I don't think velocity is updated yet. Wouldn't be surprised if we start seeing some severe dust warnings up here as well. Which this is becoming a more a organized line of storms here. Which is also originally where we had moderate risk. I'm kind of curious how long this would be. I mean, it still would be under the Derecho requirements, but I mean, it's pretty long line of storms either way. Thirty minutes behind, velocities there. See if the velocities are updated here. Velocities have indeed updated here. If the traffic cameras come back. Probably have a downburst over here. This camera's been having issues. But let me switch to a different one. Actually, let me show you guys all the cameras in Sioux Falls, actually. Or at least the ones that I can find and use here. Holy wind. Look at that. Especially the one, this camera right here. There is, stuff hanging down on the one camera there. 41st and Marion. Oh, cameras are, buffering and stuff. We also have another sphere dust warning, uh, which is going into Iowa as well. This is, pretty much an MCS at this point. Let me see what the, yeah, because they just issued a special weather statement for this now. Still got a pocket of gusty winds here, but yeah, that, outflow is starting to get ahead of the storms now. So we'll probably see a weakening at some point there of this section where we had the main severe weather, area severe weather. A lot of buffering going on. That area near Davis seriously could go tornado warning at any point there. And speaking of tornado warning, a tornado warning has officially popped up now. We'll see that pop up in a second here. And there is the tornado warning, which includes Beresford, Elixir, Davis, Beloit, and Canton. So if you notice areas, make sure you're getting to your safe place and you're not a tornado warning. So nothing on CC, so we don't have a tornado on the ground. But definitely, once again, still a strong rotation there. Definitely quite the jump in scans as well. 3 minute jump there. .60 mile per hour wind report over here from a personal weather station over in T, South Dakota, which is near Sioux Falls. Also, can I? I'm just gonna go over to the satellite mosaic view. It looks like a seahorse. It legitimately looks like a seahorse right here. What is being sent? That's what being sent. Will these storms make it to Milltown, Iowa? Let me see where that's at. And let me see what the. Let me. Hold on. Why is this not letting me type in here? Wait. That explains why. I is the wrong Milltown. All right, so Milltown, Iowa is not slight, but marginal. Uh, I mean, with the storms going on right now, I mean they're kind of in the kind of in a projected path of going like southeastish, but there's more of a likelihood right now that storms will be in a more of a weakened state before they get there. If anything is left of these storms once they get there, there is a line of storms over here in Minnesota that's starting to organize a little bit. There's also more convections starting to pop up over here as well. Also, another thing too with Middletown, Iowa as well. There's a chance that at least this section of Iowa probably won't see anything till like early morning hours, like the pretty much the overnight hours, basically. So somewhere between, I would say, like 1 to 6 in the morning, around there. Still got tornado warning still going on. Hail is not really too much of a threat with the severe thunderstorm warnings and in the tornado warning as well. It's mainly a wind threat. I'm kind of curious what the radar is picking up on this, which looks like, I mean, this is all could be a lot, but it looks like radar could be picking up on winds stronger than 70 as well. We could eventually have a case where we have a 80-mile-per-hour wind, severe thunderstorm warning, and there's a special weather statement now over here. I'm seriously surprised there isn't a severe thunderstorm warning going off over here now, like right now. Trying to find and see if there's any traffic cameras that point out, which I think there is. There is. So here's one camera out over in Minnesota. We'll leave that up on the area over in Minnesota. There is, I think, a shell flat out there somewhere. You can starting to see some gusty winds on that camera down there. It's literally shaking around the camera. And the other severe dust warning down here for 6 mile per hour winds. All right, we now have an update to this severe dust warning. This is now warned for 80 mile per hour winds. So this is a PDS severe dust storm warning. And Kentucky's getting cold for us over here, but near Bowling Green, and then the showers and hurricane storms starting to pop up. They're not really. I mean, I know there's. I mean, kind of see the winds got green here, but and red's there. But how about rotation over here? I was about to look for a terminal radar because sometimes terminal radar can see things that the main radar can't see. But there's not really. I mean, there's this terminal radar here, but yeah, not really seeing a whole lot in terms of other than a decaying storm here. I think that camera in Minnesota just went down. I think. Yeah. Oh wait, no, it's still up. It's just had a buffer moment. There's also an 87 mile per hour wind report here. Also, now I have a severe dust warning up here, which is the first one I've seen in a while. As far as there isn't a severe dust warning for this up here for a straight line of winds. There's a pocket of wind right here that's showing like over 100 mile per hour winds in this pocket right here. Don't know how much of that is translating to the ground though. There's also now an 80 mile per hour wind severe dust warning now for these areas here. Which we have this section here is the main area where we have those strong winds at. The hourly for us says just showers to end around 12 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Rain. I don't know what kind of singing that was. Got another 70 ball. I don't know if I read this one right. I don't think I did. Got a 77 mile per hour wind report here. So we definitely, I mean, maybe our guys see that 45 starting to verify now with this MCS. Another 80 right here with the wind report right here. 85 mile per hour wind there. I wouldn't be surprised though if a lot of reports are gonna start coming from. I don't know how many of those are gonna be personal weather stations, but definitely gonna be quite a few of those are gonna be coming from the nets that are within South Dakota and whatnot. I don't know how many nets are over here though. There's an area right here near Silver Lake that has a broad area rotation. Refresh. I think cameras are starting to go down. I think. Which I mean, sometimes is a sign of losing power being lost. I don't know if that's the case here or not. With the cameras over here in Minnesota, over in the Minneapolis area here. I wouldn't be surprised. I don't know if they're gonna issue severe dust warning that's like this or something like that. Because I know uh weather service offices do kind of do blanket severe thunderstorm warnings depending on the type of threat, or even tornado warnings for that matter for like QLCS tornado threats. My green screen's kind of moving around. I don't know how long it's been like that, but you can kind of see the floor over here. I think I don't know about the floor, but maybe the floor. I don't know what I just ran over. I think I ran over the charger. Yeah, I ran over my charger. I need to find a different area for my well, I got 6 areas that I got 6 areas I can plug stuff in down here, but then I also have a power strip, so in case something surges. Is there any baseball game going on right now? Like the Twins game? Which there is. They're at the top of the ninth right now. And it is a tied game, so they're probably gonna delay it, maybe. Unless someone gets a home run, maybe. I don't know. Alright, we got another severe dose warning, PDS severe dose warning. It's basically exactly what I was talking about earlier, with having kind of like a blanket severe dose warning for 80 mile per hour winds, which goes all the way from about like Larchwood down to just east of Akron, going all the way towards Cherokee and Ocheyedan, and this has to be in Iowa. This tornado warning is about to expire out within the next 6 minutes. We'll see what happens soon. There is an area right here near Sioux Center that could get tornado warned soon if that wraps up a little bit more. Although I guess technically with the severe industrial warning, it's technically a EDS, extremely dangerous situation. Actually, yeah. Uh, with what I was talking about earlier with this area here near Sioux Center, there's another area just north of Rock Valley that's trying to wrap up as well. Starting to see a bit of a QLCS tornado threat there. Why does the severe thunderstorm warnings always feel like the the ease right behind me isn't for tornado warnings for to appear? All right, we also no longer have a tornado warning now. Would not be surprised though if one does end up getting issued soon here. Especially with this one right here. There is a social alert statement now in Minneapolis now. I mean, even if there's not, it could be a severe dust warning with this, it's still gonna be pretty gusty over here, I will say. I had my YouTube like wherever my YouTube was. It's 2 seconds ago. Never seen that before. PDS severe dust warning. I was gonna say technically, oh, I gotta change it because it's technically EDS, but or extremely dangerous situation, but usually a EDS/PDS severe dust warning is issued when you have winds 80 or more. Surprisingly, I mean, let me check CC. Oh yeah, there is a debris signature there. That's probably get tornado warned in a second here. As far as there's no tornado pulse tag on us, do we have a? Oh, let me circle that. What is reflectivity on? That might just be clear air there. I don't think that's a tornado there, but there's definitely a tornado, at least some type of tornado there potentially. Looking at latest CC, yeah, there's still got a bit of debris signature there, still on warn, and there we go. That is now warned. Radar indicated, so tornado warning is gonna be for Edna, George, Matlock, Shelton, Sanborn, and Ashton in Iowa. Definitely quite a bit of contamination on the latest velocity scan. Definitely, at least if we don't have a tornado on the ground in the next scan here, we at least had a brief tornado. Wind is still gonna be one of the main threats out of this, though. So interesting that they put the warning going towards the southeast, considering this is going east. So they'll probably end up issuing another severe thunderstorm watch soon here. Because I mean, this is almost at the end of the severe thunderstorm watch. I just updated the graphic for the uh EDS severe thunderstorm warning, so it shows EDS and not PDS. So let me just where is the graphic for? So this is hold on. So this is what it looks like right now with the EDS. So that's a quick peek. So once this 20 warning either gets canceled or expires out, then we'll be down to that basically. They did just add a now tornado prospect on this severe thunderstorm warning now. They also now have issued a 60-mile-per-hour wind severe thunderstorm warning for the Minneapolis area now as well. All right, there's a new mesoscale discussion, which is based on this line of storms right here. Wind gusts above 85 mile per hour winds will be possible for the next few hours, it looks like. Crop potential and, of course, hail, but we'll probably see more of a wind and tornado potential, if anything, because with MCS's, I mean, not that you couldn't see hail potential with MCS's, but MCS's, Derecho, squall lines, and all that kind of stuff. You mostly see a wind threat out of those, and also basically QLCS tornadoes or quasi-linear convective system tornadoes, which are typically brief tornadoes, but they can't cause significant damage. I mean, it's a tornado. 300 XP from chatting. As to say, that is quite the interesting feature that they added for YouTube with that kind of thing. I swear, there's gonna be one day with my streams where people are gonna be like doing literal like tic tac toe to fight for the top for XP or something like that. I don't even know if that's possible, but I don't know. Uno. People are playing Uno. Check CC. Don't really see anything on CC. The guy have the highest currently on his channel. I was to say, I wish there was a way that YouTube could show you for streams in general, because I know the top fan thing shows for the top person for that stream in particular. which I mean, the what I hate the question mark, it does say it resets every stream, but if they kept the XP together, I think he would definitely be the highest currently, alongside SBC Centerville. All right, I'm gonna bear back like real quick. Fix my background. Oh, so much stuff tonight. Feels weird when this man's gone. I was gonna say, because it's like all you see when I'm like not near my desk. Is all you see is just chair or the BRB screen, which I did not go to. See what we got on here. What is this traffic? What is the website? The website is 511mn.org. Let me just put that in the put that in the chat, which is one of the sites I'm looking at for cameras. Because there's some sites that have live cameras. I know there's South Dakota that has 511 SD.org, but they don't have a live traffic cameras. Also, we just had a report, by the way, over near Sioux Center of 99 wind gust report over near Sioux Center. So this is now warned for 90-mile-per-hour winds. I wouldn't be surprised if, depending if the, I mean, this is, I mean, it's already got a 99-mile-per-hour wind report, but wouldn't be surprised if we got a 100-mile-per-hour wind report at some point. Let me just turn off the camera real quick because that's over in Minnesota. I can imagine we're gonna be seeing quite a few outages from this. The wind damage report: two tree down on a house, and another one over here. Two trees down on the north side of White Bear Lake. There's also there's some strong winds over here. Definitely, it's gonna be heavy straight line winds. I feel like it's gonna be a little bit more organized out of this section here, but I am kind of curious what the terminal radar is seeing. Yeah, even over here, some strong gusty winds as well. Um, Also with the tornado warning, that is the storm in which primes the warning is weakened below severe limits. No longer appears to be capable of producing a tornado. Warning is being allowed to expire out, so we'll be seeing that expire out soon. It no longer shows on here. It is still ongoing though. We have another severe storm down here for 6-mile-per-hour winds. I don't know how much of a wind threat we'll see. I mean, we're gonna see a wind threat out of this for sure, but how far that's got to go. I said this might be the case where I mean it's not it's not large because some people are. I mean, it's not a large storm, but definitely a intense MCS. Don't think it's gonna be considered a derecho though. Although this could get classified as a derecho, because I know there's let me look at the criteria real quick. If I can find the image of it, maybe. All right, apparently I can't find it. And there's a second report from a personal weather station of 92 mile per hour winds. And they did end up issuing another severe thunderstorm warning that is now warned for 80. So they're still continuing the EDS severe thunderstorm warning or extremely dangerous situation severe thunderstorm warning. Just saw a video from Corey Gherkin. Light poles have fallen on a brand new trucks at Dodge Dealer in Sioux Falls, South Dakota. Yes, I wonder. Also, one thing I was gonna say as well. I do wonder because I know we've already had a 99 mile per hour wind report, but I wouldn't be surprised if we have at a point where we have a surge, which we then get a 100 mile per hour wind report. It's possible. It really is possible at this point with this MCS. I'm kind of curious what the instability is looking like over here, and yeah, there's a lot of instability. Which, looking at the surface, about 7,000 at the surface, and about 5,000 to 550 in a mixed layer, which is a lot, by the way. Lapse rates are, and middle of the lapse rates are over 8. The shear is up there as well, uh, at 850 and 925 millibars. Wouldn't be surprised if he, well, that's not right, uh, reading there, but I wouldn't be surprised if at some point with this line here, from what I'm seeing from the velocities, if we get some type of warning for like 67 mile per hour winds eventually here. I will say when it comes to because between South Dakota, Iowa, Minnesota, even Nebraska, there's a lot of corn fields out here and just crops in general. I wouldn't be surprised if I wouldn't be surprised if we have crop damage out here. Alongside building damage, tree damage as well. Especially anything that's outdoor, I wouldn't be surprised if there's anything damage. Obviously, houses are outdoor, but like the outside of the house, but just like loose objects, plants, and stuff like that. May have to go to the storm relative. I mean, I was gonna say, even storm relative is, I mean, it's a bit better, but not by much. Also, you no longer have that tornado warning in place anymore. I forgot to update that a little bit ago. I still had it on because there was still technically that tornado warning still going. Because Radar Mega makes the warning completely disappear, even though it's still technically going on. And these are now updated to say mile per hour winds as well. So we may have another situation where we have another area of gusty winds. I'm who is Milltown, Iowa, and trying to see like a pinpoint between where we have the storms at. So Milltown's all the way down here. I forgot what else was mentioned earlier. I think it was Cedar Rapids. Cedar Rapids actually may see some of these storms. Uh, how strong the storms will be something to monitor for because these two areas could converge together. Then we have one big old line. That is something that is possible. Although, with what I'm looking at the instability, I mean, there's plenty of instability out there. but there's a chance that I mean that these do end up weakening after the longest time. When that happens, when these converge, because these are gonna be going for probably next couple hours. Text got bigger. I'm guessing. I say I don't know if I'm guessing. I don't know if the. I'm guessing you're talking about the like city names on the radar Omega here, because that's because when I zoom out, it makes the names much bigger. It's I wonder how far I can zoom out. Pretty far, and you can have big names like in certain places here. Interesting. Also, there looks like there's another update to the track for Hurricane Iona out here. They there's now a projection towards Category 3 hurricane, which is a major hurricane. Text got bigger. Meant the thing underneath. I meant the thing underneath me. Oh, that yeah. I mean, it seems a little bit. I mean, probably a little bit bigger. I don't know how much by how much though. Also, seems like this line, this well, not line, but MCS is starting to fall apart a little bit as it's making its way east and southeast. Make that stuff all done like that. They're all. I mean, all the graphics I have technically have the same tech. Like if I don't know, let me go with turn this off. I mean, I mean it does. Yeah, it is a little bit smaller between this one and this one. Yeah, I actually probably will then if that's the case because a little bit. I mean to be honest, it's easier to read. To be honest. So yeah, that's got definitely got to put that down pad then. Note, put that for a note. Also, I will say it kind of fits better into the box too. Like it uses the space proper. Well, maybe not well properly, but I guess properly, but better. I guess I don't know. And there is the severe thunderstorm watch, which goes till 4 in the morning Central Time. Got a bit of an itch in my nose. So looking at radar, I mean, we're kind of getting a little bit out of range, but I swear, Nightbot keeps popping up at the most random times. Like I have him set it for a certain amount of times. It's just like, all right, send at the most random times when it's not even the proper time I put him to. Would be also cool if you put a little thing to right on top of the thing in your face cam to where it said radar kit. I said it probably. I mean, I'd be because one thing I mean I've been trying to think of what I can do with my face cam because I mean for the most part it's just background green screen. There's also a severe thunderstorm now in Wisconsin now as well. So with what I was talking about with weakening, this could probably I mean could be strengthening for a little while before it finally drops off. Especially with how much this is organized here. Also, apparently the severe dust watch. Oh wait, the entirety of the severe dust watch is not fully loaded in because the this entire portion of this right here is under severe dust watch as well. There's an entire section along here that got a couple of these like almost like pop out. Well, maybe not this, but a couple of these right here where we have like Popeye arms starting to stick out. Graphic ideas, yeah, pretty much, pretty much. I mean, I gotta make. I was gonna say gotta have. I want to say graphic like weather graphics that are nice to the eye. I guess I don't know. Oh, and now the Spirit Ocean Watch, by the way, is starting to load on in. Only took like 10 minutes. Sorry, it like bro. Which with the severe thunderstorm watch, it has a couple tornadoes possible, isolated hail up to ping pong size possible, widespread gusts up to 85 mile per hour winds likely. I got another severe thunderstorm warning, just southeast of this one as well. Still continuing that 70 mile per hour wind gust, with 70 mile per hour winds possible with this line. Still got this line still being possible with 80 mile per hour winds, 70, 80 mile per hour winds. Doesn't seem to be as organized with that line of winds as it was earlier. So we may start seeing this MCS starting to kind of fall apart after probably about an hour, maybe more than an hour actually. Maybe a couple of past couple hours at least. Why am I smelling taco meat in my room? Actually, I think that's because I ate tacos earlier. That's probably why I'm smelling taco meat. And like, it's literally embedded onto my phone. This foam piece on my microphone. Either that, or I'm smelling my own breath. I don't know. Welcome back. We had a couple of reports of over 90, and one almost got to 100. Both of those were in Iowa. So there's a strong pocket of winds on this one here. I am kind of curious what the equitops look like. Looks like a that, basically. Definitely gonna be a lot different over here. Well, I don't know what's going on over here. And then I forgot there's also 3 for reflectivity as well. This is definitely all loft up here compared to it being, I don't know how much that would I don't know how much that is translating to the surface, but that's definitely a loft there. What is EDS? And EDS, well, for severe thunderstorm warnings, it's technically a EDS instead of a PDS. But either way, they're still particularly dangerous situation type things. So far, we've had at least one tornado with earlier we've had one tornado. We haven't had a tornado so far with this other line. This north side of this MCS seems like it's still holding on. I'm kind of curious how many. If I turn on the outlook for the wind, I am kind of curious how many of those reports are in the. So the wind reports are within this area here, and then we have this one up here near Mitchell, which basically this northern portion of that 45, and all of this up here didn't really verify. Yeah, how's everyone doing this evening? It's well, 10:26 p.m. Central, 11:26 Eastern. They will be gotta be watching to see what they do with this severe dose warning. That might be I mean it's gonna be going for 15 minutes, so it's gonna be severe warning for a while. So watching a couple areas here. One near Waterville for sure. Would not be surprised if that eventually gets tornado warned. Eventually, if that does tighten up a little bit more. Although looking at the lay scans, it doesn't have as much of a hook as it did earlier. Probably because all the rear flank is surging. When you have so much surging from the rear flank, that can affect how a tornado produces. All right, new shear dust warning that is still being warned for 80-mile-per-hour winds, and that is gonna be going for an hour and 15 minutes. So basically, that's gonna be expiring out at 11:45. There definitely, I said one of her. That looks like. I don't know if we have an MCV starting to form behind that, but it looks like the formation of a MCV type of well, the backside of an MCV basically, or a mesoscale convective vortex. Kind of thing that can do to Paul voice for weather. That's to say, because the Paul voice was the I don't know if that I think if I remember correctly, that's the old voice for Nova radios, or is that current? I can't remember. What's the current voice that they use for Nova weather radios? They also did take down this Serial Dust warning to a 70, but they are continuing the 80 over here. My guess is just due to the uh winds coming in from the back end of the vortex. Let me load up Power Outage US while I'm at it. Um, so where we have power outages in Iowa, with Northwest Iowa, I got Lyon County almost 1,500, Sioux County almost 4,000, O'Brien County almost 2,000, Cherokee County almost 1,000, and South Dakota we got McCook, which almost has 400, Canton, which almost has 1,000, Mix County, which almost has 1,000, Gregory almost Gregory County has 121, Union 650. And Minnesota, we're starting to see some power outages from the line storms that's going through there now. There's actually power outages over in Kentucky. In Leslie County, there's 6,403 people without power. In Muhlenberg, there's almost 1,000 people. There's power outages in Michigan, in Arnack, and also Bay counties from the storm from earlier, way earlier. Also, some power outages starting to come on in Wisconsin from same line storms as in Minnesota. Also, we have another severe warning right here for 7 mile per hour winds. Still got this PD, technically EDS severe warning in Iowa. Still going for another hour and 8, unless they do end up knocking it down to 70 as well. And then we got severe warning starting to come down to 60. Wouldn't be surprised if we had at least a couple of gusts that went to 70. Solar tornado possible, and half dust to sail is also possible with this as well. Got a severe not severe industrial warning. Wind report over here for almost 60 mile per hour winds. Got a bunch of 60s around in here. New severe industrial warning just got issued for Rochester. That's gonna be for 6 mile per hour winds as well. There it is. That's gonna be going for an hour 21 minutes. I'm kind of curious. Let me load up the National Hurricane Center's site real quick. 'Cause I am kind of curious what the pressure and wind is at. So Hurricane Iona, minimum pressure 985, max sustained 85, moving west at 13. Tropical storm Kelly, moving west at 12 miles per hour, minimum pressure 1008, maximum sustained 40. Iona's expected to become major hurricane tomorrow. Got another severe dust warning up here in Wisconsin. That's gonna be for 60-mile-per-hour winds as well. I'm kind of curious, how far down does the cameras go? Let's find out. So we can see what's going on down here. Shows a severe dust warning right there. See if this camera loads. Trying to see. Come on, load. That is pitch black. Literally pitch black there. Can't see nothing. Oh wow, yeah. Look at that camera there. Over in Minnesota. I-35 southbound at Bridge Street. It is absolutely windy there. Moving a camera around, it looks like there. They just condensed the severe industrial warning. Still warned for 70. This is still warned for 80, and this one was obviously recently issued, so still warned for 70 as well. I got some severe industrial warnings up here too in Montana, both for 7-mile-per-hour winds. And then we got severe industrial warnings over near Billings for mainly for ping pong sized hail. There's actually a wind report that just popped up over in Ottawa. 7-mile-per-hour wind report there. New mesoscale discussion. And this is based on it's based on what we're looking at right now in Minnesota and Wisconsin. So let's go over to that. So here is isolated severe threat may continue for over the next few hours, going into southwestern Wisconsin. They have the most probable peak from 55 to 70. I wouldn't be surprised if we had a couple of gusts, at least where we had that say mile per hour wind report over Owatonna, where we had maybe like a 8, where we can like maybe isolate 80 here or there, something like that. That camera's having a little bit of issues there. It's kind of buffering a bit. Oh, I thought this was not updated for a second. There's a special weather statement here. Uh, Heavy rain due to thunderstorms just will cause urban flooding in the area. So urban flooding for a special weather statement there. New severe dust warning for 7 mile per hour winds as well. Let me hold on. Let me. I want to say try and refresh it, but there we go. Now I fixed it. I just pressed the refresh button on OBS and then click the play. Apparently I fixed it. I don't know how or why, but I did. I am bopping like 2 minutes late to the MCD that was just posted. Another severe dust warning that's gonna be issued for 60-mile-per-hour winds there. Trying to check a couple things. Still got I say I keep forgetting that this is still gonna be going for a while with this 80-mile-per-hour wind severe dust warning. Oh, trying to readjust how I'm sitting because it's been a long stream. I see some wind damage reports starting to pop on in now as well, alongside the wind reports. But obviously, we're getting the wind damage reports since now it's safe to go outside and do damage surveys. Obviously, there might be some lightning still left because you can see there's lightning right there. But other than that, people are able to do storm surveys. Definitely a decaying MCS. I don't know if we have quite reached a Derecho criteria yet. Also, let me go over to sell it real quick. Go over to the LWIR. And yeah, look at that. So Ione has successfully done that eye wall replacement that I was talking about earlier. So there's definitely a chance this goes to a major hurricane at this point. Usually hurricanes usually only do like one hurricane replacement, hurricane eye replacement usually. Kind of curious what the water vapor looks like. Yeah, look at that. So yeah, once again, it successfully completed that eye wall replacement. Tropical Storm Kelly is definitely falling apart. I mean, there's still convection still popping up. This literally looks like a seashell. Not gonna lie, that's kind of fitting considering it's near Hawaii. Yeah, now Speardos running on top of the Speardos warning again for 6 mile per hour winds. Yeah, a lot of these, well, a couple of these are gonna be on for a while. Wouldn't be surprised if some of these are. I mean, wouldn't be surprised if we go till like 1 in the morning. Turn off that camera at the bottom right. There's actually an 80 mile per hour wind report here now. ASOS station at an airport. Podcast. I wonder how many win reports we're up to right now. So, all right. So we have, as of right now, uh, imaginary drum rolls. All right. So we have two tornado reports, 100 win reports. This is on unfiltered. But on the unfiltered, we have 100 wind reports, 10 of those being high wind, 40 hail, 5 of those being large. And on the filtered reports, we have 2 tornado reports, 83 wind reports, 90 of those being high wind, hail reports 31, 4 of those being large hail. There are a lot of like alert sounds from over here in Montana. What is going on? Wind. My new severe dose warning that's gonna be for 60 mile per hour winds. Might be a bit of hail in there as well, where you have your purples at, but it'd be small hail. Number prediction center cancels watch number 552. I think that's they're doing. I think they cancel out the watch over here. I think. Yeah. Still got this 80 mile per hour wind. Severe dose warning still going. Still got a line like this stretch of 80 mile per hour winds. That is a lot, and not. Oh, there's some that might be translating to the surface, but a lot of it probably is. If it's translating to the surface, it's probably 60, somewhere around those 67 mile per hour winds. More severe dose warning. So they issue a severe dose warning on top of the severe dose warning, which is warned for 60 mile per hour winds. So the winds are probably starting to die down a little bit in terms of at the surface. Got a lot of wind damage reports up here. I got tree damage. Yeah, a lot of trees being down. Yeah, it's literally like, well, some of them have power lines in the description, but most of these reports are for trees. I know I mentioned this at least a couple times in past streams, but I do need to put WD-40 on my chair so it stops squeaking. Because unless it's just the way I'm doing crisscross applesauce on my chair, but either way, it's definitely squeaky. Yeah, also, one thing I've been watching as well, that storm in the middle of all this. I feel like that's gonna be the kind of the connecting bridge, so to speak, between the two lines of storms here. 'Cause I mean, either one way or another, these two storms are gonna find their way to merge in with each other. Ow. Alright, we just had severe dust warning expire out over here and also over here. Still got a 80 mile per hour wind. Severe dust warning still in place, however. Got another severe dust warning. That is gonna be for 7 mile per hour winds. That's gonna be heading towards the La Crosse area in Wisconsin. Another severe dust warning. They're still continuing at 80 mile per hour wind for another hour and 12 minutes, it looks like. So watch and see with these two, like, right now I'm still calling this an MCS, but there is a chance that we could see this be officially called a Derecho, just due to where it started. And I'm still trying to find the specific Derecho criteria where I could find the image of that. I don't have it saved on my computer here. Also, I just realized with how long I've been streaming for, this is I think the longest stream I've done since the Dakota Derecho. So that would mean with this severe dose warning, EDS severe dose warning would be going till 12:30 in the morning, which is I mean it's basically midnight at that point. There's the 80-mile-per-hour wind report right there, which is why the 8-mile-per-hour wind severe dust warning is still continuing. I do want to take a look at Hurricane Iona again over here in Hawaii, which it's still quite. I mean, it's the most impressive hurricane I've seen in a while, besides Hurricane Eric over in the Eastern Pacific. So there's a chance we'll probably still see a continuation of the severe dust warnings because when you have an alpha boundaries can still be pretty gusty and can still cause up to 6 mile per hour wind gusts at times. I have a new severe dust warning. That's for 7 mile per hour winds. This line here, as it continues, is gonna still continue to produce damaging winds. I just saw a post from National Service Lacrosse. Rochester International gusts to do 76 miles per hour at 11:20 p.m. So that was about 8 minutes ago. All right, so we got about an hour on both these severe dust warnings. So once again, that's gonna be going until 12:30 in the morning. Would expect there to be more wind reports, and even wind damage reports as well. Especially where we have that 80 mile per hour wind severe dust warning. and also along this line here, which these two areas are slowly approaching each other. Although we'll have to watch and see once those kind of converge together, and they'll be eventually one long line, and now continue towards the south, west, not southwest, southeast. There are a lot of serious runs, but I think that well, one of them's over here in Iowa, but I think there was a couple of them were in Montana. I think. Also, slowly but surely, gonna be switching between radars because now we're out of. I mean, we're still kind of in range of Sioux Falls radar, but now we're gonna be in the range of Des Moines radar at this point, and La Crosse. Although Sioux Falls, not Sioux Falls, Twin Cities radar can kind of see this kind of well, but now we have another severe dust warning. That's gonna be for 60-mile-per-hour winds. So basically, gonna be once again, gonna be seeing big old wind event through tonight. Definitely might actually start seeing an outflow starting to push out over here. So it's starting to. I mean, you can still have gusty winds, but starting to definitely see this starting to kind of break down a little bit. Not. I mean, it's not much, but it is starting to break down. Feels like my headset's like slipping off my head. My headset's doing ice skating. Yes. I actually got two wind reports over in Algona. One's 80 and the other one's 75. They'll say video from Mike Mars, which Mike Mars was like really close to that tornado from yesterday. All right, I'm gonna be right back real quick, everybody. All right, I'm back. So we got new, well, new streamers running here and here. I don't know if I've already covered that one there, but you do have this one that just got issued for say mile per hour winds. Still, gusty winds are still gonna be possible through tonight, especially with this line of storms. I mean, we got a couple of wind reports coming in. They're around less than 70. Although we could have cases where it could gust to 70 or somewhere around 70. But whether or not that happens, we'll have to watch and see. Also, another thing to note as well, this is starting to merge with this right here eventually. So we are starting to see that merger come into place. Um, whether how much that's gonna affect, how much that's gonna affect this and this, we'll have to watch and see. Also, I got some water, of course. Always need that. So we'll see what they do with the severe thunderstorm warning within the next half hour or so. Because right now it's still, I mean, got 80, 70, 60. It's perfectly lined up. Basically, it looks like. All right, so they issued another severe warning as to be for 60-mile-per-hour winds. So we're probably starting to see a little bit of slowdown when it comes to winds on this compared to what it was at earlier, if I could speak my words properly. Almost well, it's almost midnight in Central Time. almost midnight in Central Time, basically. About 7 minutes. But I do wonder if that is rotation right in there. See what other radars looking at here. I mean, maybe. I mean, it's kind of far. See what Sioux Falls looks like. Yeah, that could be something in there, but not 100% sure. Yep. Because with how far this is from the radar site, this would be rotational off compared to it being surface based. Starting to see that severe thunderstorm watch getting canceled out. All right, so I got about half hour till this 80-mile-per-hour wind severe thunderstorm warning gets can't well expires out, not cancel out. But there's also a chance this eventually does end up being condensed soon here. We got another severe thunderstorm warning still for 7-mile-per-hour wind still. Yeah, these are yeah, they're these two lines of storms are starting to converge together. I am kind of curious what the mosaic radar looks like. Where's it at? Right here's the mosaic radar. So here's the well, basically mosaic radar is all the radars put together, and I mean you got a bit of a hook out here. Yeah, you got quite the line of storm at this point. It is starting to weaken a bit, but it's probably gonna be going till even through this morning till it completely weakens out, if anything. They did take down that severe thunderstorm warning to a 7-mile-per-hour wind, so not as gusty. They do have a terminal pause tag on this as well. For that area rotation we were looking at earlier. right. Well, a bit I'm a bit tired out and whatnot. But so far I said through tonight it's gonna be mainly wind threat. Maybe isolated tornado, but either once again it should just be mainly wind threat through tonight. Um, Probably gonna be once we'll probably see more wind reports and wind damage reports come on in through tonight and into the morning hours. But yeah, anyways, I'll see you guys in the next stream. I don't specifically know when that'll be because we've been having these kind of periods where we have a period of activity and then it kind of dies down for a little bit, and it's kind of on and off period. But either way, I'll be live when obviously when I can, of course. But either way, I'll see you guys in the next stream. Stay safe out there, and yeah, I'll see you guys in the next stream.